and welcome to the fourth round of the 2009 International Grand Touring Championship. I'm John Palmer, along with Michael Booth, bringing you live coverage today from Westhill International Reverse. We're a few minutes away from the start of today's race, and we are ready to bring you our coverage here on multiBC, thanks to the financial expenditure of Team O'Hunion and New Dimension Racing TV. So we're a few minutes away from them restarting the race here. And if Michael Booth, what are you going to expect for today's race?
Yeah, I'm going to expect a good race, and it's going to be difficult here at Westhill. Speeds are high, and it's going to be interesting to see who actually can make the fast passes and stay on the track, because one false move, especially going offline and going onto the grass at such high speed, will mean you could take a trip into the wall. So staying out of trouble, as always, is a good bet.
Absolutely. So on pole is Team Inferno, Deckaneck setting that fast time. Last round's winners, we have Sonic Realms. They've only qualified 9th today, so that'll be a little bit of a jumbled up order, but of course this track is a lot different as to North in terms of how it flows. And also, Michael, if you'd like to go through the starting lineup, or qualifying results at least, from today, this session that we just finished.
Yep, only 24 drivers qualified due to some missing confirmation and some new teams. Like you said, Team Inferno on pole, SBDO Racing second, My3ID third, First Racing are fourth, Low Racing, new for this round, are fifth, Core Racing in their XRR are sixth, the N1 Racing are seventh, N Faculty are eighth, Sonic Realms, minus their two drivers from last week, are ninth, Estonia Endurance Racers are 10th, LFS LA are 12th, Serbian Hell Drivers are 12th, sorry, LFS LA are 11th, the Serbian Racing Team are 13th, 14th are the Warbirds Team, 15th is Speedcore, 16th is Exfusion, 17th is the Brazilian Racers, 18th is Concept Racing, 19th is the Danish Racing Team, way back there in their SZR, 20th is Cone Dodgers, so they'll probably be looking to come through the field. 21st is the Independent Slovak E-Racing Team in their FXR. I think that's the first of the FXRs, yes it is. Behind them in another FXR is the Alias Racing Team. 23rd is N Faculty, and 24th and last of the qualifiers is the Greek Virtual Racing Team.
So also a new feature for today, starting today, that we're going to try. We do that with Team O'Hunion. We're going to try and show you every once in a while the tracker via an overlay here in multiBC, and I'll try and launch that up here real quick to show you. So you see we can press press a button from our end. We'll show you the tracker as we can see it there. So you can see it off onto the right side of the screen. So we'll bring that up after a little bit, occasionally during the race, to show you the real standings, because TV Director does not take from the tracker, so we'll always have to try and keep you updated, especially if there are timeout issues. Until timeout issues or other issues of that nature, though, won't be that much of a deal right now, but we will definitely keep that on as we go through today's broadcast.
Useful if the server fails, and like the first round at KO, when basically everyone had to use the tracker due to the jumbled up positions. So if we have another server, so if we do have another server crash like that,
that would definitely be a good thing. It won't be up the entire race, but we'll try and bring it up every half hour at the least. Maybe a little more if we can. So as we just wait for the admins, having apparently a bit of technical difficulties with the grid ordering application. But as we wait for that, we'll try and keep you ready and informed. So yeah, Westhill International, a very high downforce track required, of course, Boothie, for these fast sweeping turns.
Yes, this is one place where the XRR does excel in the high corners, and it has to take on less fuel. Fuel consumption's much less than the FZR, so it has a little bit of an advantage. But the obvious problem with the XRR is that it could get stuck in one of the mini gravel traps if it has to go off track in the faster corners. So there are pros and cons to every car.
So drivers taking the little bit of a delay, just get a little more warm up in before the racing starts. Also the rescue cars and pace cars taking a little bit of practice also here. We're about 10 minutes till 7 p.m. GMT, and waiting for a 4-hour race to start here from Westhill International. Of course, 3 rounds already done in the season. Sonic Realms getting their first win at the pretty exciting round at Aston North. Of course, that late safety car period bringing everyone together. Of course, also the odd incident with Rudy Van Buren accidentally minimizing his Elevesta desktop and denting severely the back of the safety car. But that's about the oddest thing we've seen so far this season here in IGTC.
Yep, my 3AD didn't have such a great Aston North round last time out. They retired early on after Hugo Lewis's wheel failed. He was having problems with that, so they weren't able to get a driver change after he crashed, so they only collected a couple of points, and third in the grid this time out. They were looking to get further up the order.
So still a few minutes away as we just wait for a few drivers to get finished. Just looking around at some of the skins. Some nice skin designs today. First Racing having a fairly cool looking one. Also Sonic Realms, car number 06, having a skin showing off their new league that they're getting ready to start, the Sonic Realms Fox League. So of course, appropriately, there's a image of a fox on their skin today.
Who'd have thought?
Yeah, there's always some nice skins, even if anyone remembers the 24 hours MOE race. First Racing doing a Batman and Joker themed skin for each of their GT1 and GT2 cars. A lot of other teams running their normal team skins. Of course, another thing with the Westhill track, Boothie, is the fairly unforgiving. If you run just a couple wheels off the asphalt, you get that grass, and it'll spin you around.
Yeah, there's couple of corners where you want to just be right on the edge, or even using a bit of the grass, but you take it the wrong way. Sorry, if you take it the wrong way and get wheels off at a wrong angle, yeah, you can go flying.
Okay, so the grid has been set, and of course the special thing about Westhill is, and looks like we might have a grid order issue here, and yet they're ending it. One issue with Westhill though is that LFS will report in its position list a little incorrect until the cars start rolling on the grid, which can always confuse some admins. See, but yeah, it appears that they're ordering put one of the push cars in the middle of the back of the pack. So it'll be a clear day. It's a clear day here in Westhill. No wind today, based on the weather conditions. The admins determined that no wind would be the appropriate equivalent. So they're getting a few drivers to swap up and all that. I'd take this brief moment to thank all the sponsors for IGTC. First off, RaceSim Servers providing server for International Grand GT Championship. Also, My3ID Gaming. So, Dreamforce, and also Big Time Productions. Also, giving big thanks to New Dimension Racing TV for providing the streaming so far this season in for IGTC, and also multiBC now, of course, for being the platform here for the next few rounds of the International GT Championship. Of course, this is, I found out earlier today, this is the first time that IGTC is at Westhill reversed. They've only normally done the standard direction here at Westhill, so doing it a little different way, which could always be an interesting bit of a experience for everyone. So everyone's starting to ready up. Of course, got a pace lap, and then they'll turn them all loose. The track's kind of wide on the front stretch, but then it'll tighten up very much into that first turn, so possible major bottlenecks in there. So he's just wait for a few more people to ready up, and it will be safety car deployed, and then go. So, grid appears to be set correctly now, though. So a few drivers jumping a little bit, but seeing as it's a pace lap, doesn't entirely matter. Of course, it's a single file start here in IGTC. So Jonathan McCarr driving the FZ5 safety car today. So Team Inferno on pole, SPDO Racing second, My3ID starting third, First Racing fourth. New to the series, Low Racing will be starting in fifth position. Sixth, Core Racing. Seventh will be that would be N Faculty Racing. Also, then in eighth place is N Faculty is 8th. 7th is Nordic One Racing. So Sonic Realms starting in 9th position. The Estonian Endurance Racers rounding out the top 10. LFSLA 11th. Serbian Hell Drivers in 12th. 13th position, the Serbian Racing Team. 14th is Warbirds. 15th, Speed Corps. 16th, X-Fusion. The Brazilian Racers Team starting in 17th position. Concept Racing in their XRR starting 18th. Of course, Concept Racing bringing out one of the safety car period last round. Danish Racing Team in their FZR starting in 19th. 20th, Cone Dodgers. 21st, the Independent Slovak E-Racing Team. 22nd, Aways Racing. Then it's always kind of hard to sometimes identify these cars just by their skins. Followed in 23rd by the Zion Team. 24th, car number 28 of the Greek Virtual Racing Team. 25th is Telmex. Conquest Racing 26th for for Conquest, and that would be your starting lineup. So 26 cars starting today's race. So pace car is coming in this lap. So leader controls the field. He's got him at about 140 kilometers an hour. Slowly starting to pick up as we get ready for the green flag. A few car lengths in between. Now on board watching for Kranke for Team Inferno to pick up. And the green flag is out now, and the 4 hours of Westhill International is underway at 1900 GMT on the nose. Speedo Racing's going to try and come on the inside of Kranke a little bit into turn one. Won't be able to. Ooh, Kranke getting a little loose, oversteer, excuse me. Side by side for the lead out of turn one. Almost a crash in the back. I hear we do have crash in the back. Looks like no one has ended up upside down. Almost 3 wide here for the lead. Almost, but My3ID thinking better of backing out. Side by side for the lead between Inferno and SPDO, and Speedo driving a little harder into the fourth and fifth turn here. Now down to the back stretch. So Speedo Racing leads from Inferno as they complete the first sector of today's race. Side by side for the third position as First Racing tries to come around Dave Williams for third. And he'll do so into this tricky chicane on the backside. Watch out for those tires there. And we have a crash. Someone's off. Who is that? Someone is off at the chicane. And another crash. The Estonian Endurance Racers have hit Nordic One Racing, but nothing too major. Everyone has continued on safely. But still, major carnage back here, or some carnage back here early on in the start. Some more cars getting off. Did I see that? Almost a little sooner.
Looked like Nordic One went through the tire wall there, and they lost it, and obviously other cars took them out.
And Concept Racing is off in the grass, and I saw someone else with them. I think it was car 23. So he's continued on. And also Serbian Racing Team also back in the pack. So a chaotic start. Palma LFSLA almost a crash. I just said as they were coming through, he got off in the grass a little bit, setting him a little wide. But so Speedo Racing leads from Inferno over First Racing. So it looks like the top 5, 6, 7 are clean. Someone is off. That is the TDRT car running wide in the first turn. So everyone slightly cold tires, having grip issues so far. 3 wide back here for 20th area. So 3 wide. Whoa! Almost a bit of contact there. So 3 wide. That's Concept Racing, LFSLA. And who else is that? The other car, is that the Zion? GVR is also in here, and Alpha SLA is also in here, and Pazinski, I believe that is the Zion team. 3 wide again! Some great slipstream and of course opportunities down here.
While we were watching that, number 24, Jason decided to disconnect the Serbian racing team, so they have retired from the race. They had a bit of damage and were the penultimate car, so obviously decided to take no further part in the race. Up front is still Jakova of SBDO Racing. He's now got almost a 2-second gap to Team Inferno. Then it's First Racing's Nieminen, so 2 XRRs together. Then it's My3AD and Dave Williams, followed by another XRR of Phil Diaz of Core. Commander Gerda of Sonic Realms, he's in 6th, so he's managed to make up 3 places on the opening couple of laps, followed by Low Racing's Phil Rose. Here's Pettigrew and Halaris of the Greek Virtual Racing team. Looks like Pettigrew's like car 33, I think that's his Zion team, had a bit of a problem in the chicane, so he went right through the tyres. So yeah, he's going to be a bit slow, and Pettigrew with quite a lot of damage to his front left there. However, it looks probably cosmetic as he's being passed by Halaris. The first lap, it looked like the first flying lap, it looked like into turn 1 it was the Danish racing team of Jessen, as we see Halaris go up the inside of Persnensky, and Pettigrew also getting past him. Looked like Danish racing team car made some contact with a couple other cars, so that's what caused the carnage behind. Might just caught the end of a pass there by X-Fusion as they try to go up the inside. It's a difficult place to pass because there's just a slight bit of braking and then back on the power, so you have to make sure you're fairly well alongside, and if the other car can hold it around the outside, they have the line, but he's coming back. Harrow of X-Fusion, make a bit of contact. That seemed kind of dodgy. Number 18 was almost onto the grass there, but he's got past. That is for 12th position.
So battle for third starting to it's keeping on a little bit. Of course, earlier on First Racing did get around my 380, but my 380 appeared to be catching it a little bit. XRR versus FZR battle. Of course, one of the common points that's always mentioned is that the XR can have a bit less fuel because it can go longer on fuel, so that might play into their hands.
XRR sandwich there with Diaz also behind Williams.
And Diaz has actually got a slipstream on Williams, so here, and Diaz is going to try and go around the outside. Will he be able to make a stick? Nope. He's going to back down a little bit. Oh, Crocker did go off. He had an off there at the first turn. Of course, you're going uphill it there, so that's not always going to help you. It's a little off camber from what I've noticed. And side by side with Diaz and Williams. Almost a bit of touching there. Oh, they touch. There's a bit of side swiping there. And Williams holding the position right now. For
the back, for the back, Hopwood and Phil Rose of Low Racing. Hopwood of Cone Dodgers were almost side by side there, but Low Racing will need to try again. And that was Cronke from Team Inferno. Seems to be running wide or going off the track. Anyway, he was passed, and he's now down in. Yep, 5th position, sorry.
Currently, the IGTC tracker is not working, folks, so also the Master Endurance tracker is being used right now. So I'm going to see if they're going to work on the IGTC tracker to try and get that one sorted out. But as we continue to have this battle for 2nd and 3rd and 4th, also a bit of a battle back here for 8th and 9th. So a couple battles throughout this field. And someone's being indicated as off. That would be Hilarious, car 28, having a bit of an off in the first turn.
Looking at his skid marks, there seems to be some skid marks to the inside, and he probably has caused them, so obviously a bit of an off coming out of turn 1.
Car 30, that is the Brazilian racing team, fending off Tomczyk of the Warbirds team. So Tomczyk and Pears having a bit of a battle. Through the chicane, the Warbirds car losing a bit of time there, though. Low Racing losing a little bit of a position. Looks like they had a bit of an off of the track. They have continued on. But still watching this battle. This is the battle for 14th between Pers and Tomczyk.
Yeah, Low Racing lost a couple of positions there, and also Serbian held drivers managed to. No, they were already ahead, but Estonian endurance racers managed to get ahead, and so did Cone Dodgers.
Oh, Pers was off! Pers is spun at turn 1! I just saw that, so Pers has just had a spin at turn 1. He's dropped back to 17th now. And we've got side by side between Pettigrew and Silvo. So Nordic One Racing and Concept Racing having a battle here for 19th. Trying to go side by side through there. And oh, Pettigrew sliding it a bit as it comes off the crest of the hill there. Silvo should, yeah, he's going to try and get a whiff of the slipstream. Should have gotten the slipstream a little earlier. He's just hanging out outside. Going to see if he can outbrake him going into there. No, he will settle back and wait. So good, some good XRR versus FZR battles so far here in the race. Aku Yakula for Speedo Racing setting fast lap 1:31.27 here. I have on completing 9 laps so far here in this race so far.
And up in 11th, the FX are not doing too badly, of the independent Slovak e-racing team number 17 of Plisco. On board now with Jonathan Hopwood as he comes round the penultimate corner chasing Serbian Hell drivers. He's going to try and go up the inside. Over the grass, makes a bit of contact there. Sends the number 8 car off into the grass, and that allows the Estonian endurance racers through, and they've now got a slipstream. Hopwood hangs on. So Hopwood now in 7th place, and he'd be looking to chase down Sonic Bombs.
Exfusion off in the grass a little bit. Sorry. Watching back in the back battle between Hero of Exfusion and Arujo of Speedcore, having a bit of contact here in the first part of the lap, and Exfusion losing a couple positions out of it. So we're going to go on board with First Racing's Jesse Nieminen and take a look back from his car, and you can see that Nieminen, I'm being corrected, and here we go. Williams got a great slipstream there. Nieminen trying to fend him off, can't do it. Williams will have a half a car going into turn 1. He's got the long way around. Will he be able to hold it? Looks like he will. Ooh, sliding a little bit, but he has it. So second place has changed hands. Williams taking it from Nieminen. Now Phil Diaz is also going to try and get around Nieminen. Car 8 being reported as having off. Yep, that's the Serbian Hell Drivers team. Having a bit of an off here on the backstretch. Losing several positions, quite slow. We're going to let you have this lap on board with Diaz here, and just watch him as he tries to chase down Nieminen and Williams.
as you can see, turns 5 there, difficult corner to get the power down on.
Almost battle starting to come back here with Niemanen and Diaz. So they've completed turn 1 into the second and third turns here. Kind of Suzuka-like the first part of the lap here, if we could compare it there. Here we go. Diaz is going to try and come around the outside of Niemanen into the 6th turn here at the chicane area. 6, 7, 8. And Diaz has gotten around Niemanen, so Diaz is up into 3rd position now. Jakala sitting fast lap again, 131.04, so he's about 0.23 of a second faster than his previous fast lap. A battle between Tomczyk and Arajo. A little battle here between Speedcore and Warbirds as they head now to the first sector another time. Doing well. Oh, a little bit of a defensive line there from Tomczyk, having to make the Speedcore car, Arajo, tap those brakes a little bit. Of course, this little battle is definitely allowing the X-Fusion car to catch up. X-Fusion having that minor sort of an off earlier. At least minor considering how major of an off you could have at this track. So Tomczyk pulling. Whoa! Arajo's off in the grass, but he keeps going straight. Loses quite a bit of time though, but keeping it straight is quite the bit of car control there from the Speedcore driver. But that has let X-Fusion catch up quite a bit more now. So pretty soon he'll have a slipstream or another mistake from Arajo might have the X-Fusion car going right through.
Sure, yeah. Over a second behind Tomczyk now, so the battle is. He's trying to defend now from X-Fusion. And also the Serbia driver's car not too far behind either.
Bit of a three-car battle here for 7th with Fredrickson, and then also Hopwood and Rose. So Phil Rose, Low Racing, back here in 9th. 8th, Hopwood of Cone Dodgers, and Fredrickson of Estonian Endurance Racers in 7th. All three of these are FZRs.
Rose running a little wide on the exit of the penultimate corner there, so he's lost his chance to get past Hopwood. They were pretty close, and now it's over a second.
About 5 car lengths between Fredrickson and Hopwood as they came out of the first turn. As we'll take you on board with Hopwood and watch as he tries to track down Fredrickson.
Hopwood just closed up slightly since the start of the previous lap.
New fast lap set by Yakulov. Pers is causing a yellow flag. I'll see what that's about. He's had a spin. Pays has there. Thought I'd seen a couple extra loads. He just had a bit of a spin. He has continued on. But as we watch, Cone Dodgers and Fredrickson. Hopwood of Cone Dodgers here. He tries to come on alongside. This could all end in tears, possibly. Oh, almost, but it doesn't. Hopwood might have it. Will he be able to hold it? And he does. So Hopwood taking 7th from Fredrickson. And this has also let Rose catch up a little more.
Yep, Rose now got the gap down to half a second to the car in front. And Pay's in for a pit stop, and I think another driver has connected for the Brazilian racers, so that obviously a takeover going to happen.
Cardoso. So here's Rose. He's definitely got the slipstream. He's going to be around Fredrickson fairly soon here before the line. Yep, he's got it by just a nose there. He sets a new personal best doing so too. That little bit of slipstream helped him, and he is taking a bit conservative into turn 1 and holds the position. So he's going to try and chase down Hopwood. About a second and a half between the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that up here. Of course, they're all XRs up there. That would be Diaz, Niemanen, and Kranke, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But continue to watch Low Racing momentarily. having a gander here. Still watching Rose trying to catch Hopwood. He is doing so, bit by bit by bit. Of course, we're about halfway through this first stint, we do believe, for most cars. Tires starting to cool down as part of their normal wear cycle. So we'll see who can have their cars better in end of a longer run. And have a spin with the speed core?
Yep, sideways out of turn 1 on the inside of the track, so yeah, he's obviously had a bit of a moment.
.6 of a second between Hopwood and Rose of Low Racing as they were down the backstretch. Hopwood putting a couple wheels off in the grass. They're exiting the chicane.
Arugio of Speedcore only lost a couple of places, so he had a big enough gap back to recover in time.
As Yakula resets fast lap of 130.69, fuel of course getting low. Gap between Hopwood and Rose went down another 0.2 of a second now, so it's just under, or just about 0.37 a second, but the gap is right there that you can see on the screen.
And that lap there by Phil Rose, 130.95, was almost half a second faster than his previous PB. So obviously, low fuel, the tyres getting thinner, and a bit of slipstream, I think. Plus, trying to catch Hopwood has contributed to his PB.
So about to enter into, to use a Passoism, some lappery. As Speedo's Yakula is going to try and get around Schenke here, so starting to get into some lapping. Which of course, lap traffic has always been sometimes issues here in IGTC.
Schenke isn't the last car though, so a couple of others already been lapped. This is the first car. Yeah, this is just the first car that the leaders actually had to come across and pass.
Sockrum's having a bit of a slight wide at turn 1 we hear. And Phil Rose trying to push hard to stay on Hopwood. Hopwood getting a little bit of better exit out of turn 1, looked like. Emanin apparently having a bit of a moment in the penultimate corner or so, but he has continued on as Kraka from Inferno trying to catch first. The Jessen has had an
Looks
off
like
here. And yeah, big crash.
TDMT
That's
hit
a
the
big
wall.
one. Big smash there coming out of the chicane. He's going to try and get on it. Car 16 is also off. Who is... I don't know if those are related. Those probably aren't related, I don't think.
That's the Alias Racing team. They didn't see them off track, and there's no visible damage or any mechanical damage, so don't know what happened there. Maybe I had to slow down in avoidance.
But a big smash for car number 11. So
Yeah, his front left suspension is definitely going to make that difficult to handle.
So mentioned earlier, still keeping an eye on this battle. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, 3 XRRs right together. Core Racing and Diaz. First Racing and Niemanen. And Krunke from Team Inferno. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So still all within 2 seconds or so. Just under 2 seconds of each other. Here, just about 40 minutes into this race. And new fast lap by Yakala with a 1:30.50. Oh, Low Racing puts it off in the grass. Just watching through Low Racing. Rose putting off in the grass in the penultimate corner, like we've seen before. So he's going to lose that time he's worked back. So he's going to have to try and work that catch Hopwood some more. Tires starting to get thin, so causing some of these problems that we're having, I'm sure. And of course, spins and such will not help you keep your tires in a good condition.
Yeah, the left tyres here is clockwise track, and some of the fastest high-speed turns are right-handers, especially the penultimate corner, and obviously turn 1 and turn 5 where you're coming out, and obviously through the chicane as well. So the left tyre's getting worked hard.
So quick review of the top 10 or so here after the 40-minute mark. Of course, Speedo Racing Yakala leading. My 3 IDs, Dave Williams in 2nd place. Phil Diaz in 3rd for Core Racing, so that's your podium right now. Jesse Niemanen in 4th for First Racing. Krunke in 5th from Team Inferno. 6th is last round's winner, Sonic Realms. Kimanda Yerde in that machine. 7th, Hopwood, Jonathan Hopwood of Cone Dodgers. Phil Rose, 8th for Low Racing. Low Racing, of course, that great championship battle in Master Endurance. Unfortunate timeout costing them that championship. 9th position, Fredrickson of Estonian Endurance Racers. And 10th is the Warbirds team as they head through the chicane. Getting it a little wrong there as I watch them, but that's Tomczyk in 10th. X-Fusion is 11th. 12th is Serbian Hell Drivers. 13th is Silva for Nordic 1 as Jekyll resets another fast lap, and the Danish racing team are in the pits. Obviously damaged a little more than they could handle for a couple laps, so they'll be in the pits. 14th is LFS LA, and 15th is Speedcore Racing. Only one car out, I believe, overall. That would be the car of Serbian, the Serbian racing team, I believe. So as we approach the first round of pit stops, action spread out a bit over the course. So we'll be waiting, or hoping, seeing how these pit stops go. Of course, pit stop's very critical. Short pit lane here at Westhill, though.
And just looking at the TDRT car of number 11, which has changed drivers, they had to reverse in the pit lane. I think they chose the furthest away pit box, but the problem is the cones at the end of the pit lane sort of stop you from getting out, so obviously I had to reverse and then get out again. Obviously the space is reserved for the push car and the safety car.
Battle for 4th is right there, as you should be able to see on your screen if our director is paying attention. Nieminen and Kronka. Kronka doing a bit of closing up there in the last part of the lap, but Nieminen pulling away a little bit.
Nieminen, yeah, he lost about 6/10 on that previous lap. But at the first split there, Nieminen lost, Nieminen gained even 4/10, so all that hard work has been lost, so Kronke will have to get back on it.
Just looking at the left front, that on the left front tire for Nieminen, his left front is very worn. Not sure if that's going to last quite a while. Definitely more worn than on Kronke. Put a couple wheels off the grass.
It's obviously working for him at this stage because he just gained another half a second on Kronke.
R08 has timed down. Or lost connection, I'm sorry. So, battle for 16th, 17th is here pretty close. Pettigrew of Concept Racing versus Cordova of Telmex. Battle between XRR and FZR, excuse me. One of the closest battles on track here, as we're about 3/4 of an hour into the race. Car number 8, the Serbian racing team, I believe that is. Serbian Hell Drivers. Serbian Hell Drivers. Too many Serbian teams in this race and their names are too close. Anyway, yes, so Serbian Hell Drivers reconnecting. Quite a bit of time lost, though, unfortunately for them. So they'll be looking to try and catch that back up, but continuing to keep a small eye here. Is Pettigrew pulling a little bit away from Cordova right now? Danish racing team trying to work their way up. They are right behind the Brazilian racers team. So that's Cordosa, and then also see the stingy pink name doesn't stick out too well against the white background. Schlicker there in the Danish racing team. I can finally see the name now. Anyway, but yeah, pink does, or the hot pink of LFS doesn't work too well against the white of their skin from the angle I'm looking at from. And the colors I'm referring to are in the game position list, so don't worry, any of you viewers at home. You won't have that issue pretty much.
Only pink. It's only team with a pink name. There's quite a few red colours through the field, so obviously want to go for something different, even though their skin does have red in it.
Danish racing team running a little wide here through the third to last turn. So, keeping another look here, it is 3/4 of a second between Nieminen and Kranke for 4th position. It's got a bit of a left car ahead that might muck this battle here for 4th about. Hopefully not, though.
Number 30, Cardozo of the Brazilian Racers, is off at turn 9. That's the right-hander after the chicane, just before it. He stayed out the way to let the second place of Dave Williams through. Didn't see what happened, and now Phil Diaz is coming up to lap him.
Nieminen giving a bit honked off at car 33 as they were lapping him. Get a little screwed about by Pazinski, I believe that is. So Neiman giving a bit of a honk. Neiman or Kronka will get a good slipstream around that though, so a good way, good easy way to get around. That'll let Kronka catch Neiman in a bit into turn number 1, but Neiman getting a good run exiting turn 1. So Neiman getting around the Brazilian racer's car, and Kronka also getting around as they head across the line another time. Here we're about 5 minutes away from the top of the hour here.
Just look at the tyres of the XRR cars in general. They are looking, the rear tyres anyway, are looking less worn than the FZRs, so maybe they can go slightly longer in their stints and try and make a bit of an advantage. And obviously they have to fuel less, so they could perhaps gain some time in the pit stops. Neiman off.
Oh, he's hard in the wall! He is hard in the wall! That is a left front puncture.
Up in the air. Yeah, that is a left front puncture. Well, yeah, we did say his tyres on the front were looking quite thin. And the new gas connected. No, I thought that could have been for the Neiman car, but he's going to continue onto the pits.
He is lifting his way back around. Now I gotta say that was quite a lucky place to have it though, being that close to pit in I should say, if I could pronounce words right. So he'll be in the pits, making it a little early of a pit stop. Yeah, so taking a look around, Pettigrew is also in the pits here, so he's getting fresh tires, getting their damage repaired too on the concept car, so that'll make their stop take a little longer than just normal tires and fuel service. And Pazinski is causing a yellow flag in the second sector. That is car 33, having a bit of a spin there. He's got a flat left front too, so we're going to have a bunch of tire punctures here coming up soon, perhaps.
And driver changeover from Concept Racing Salamana taking over from Pettigrew. Obviously they stopped from first racing took a bit longer due to the... Sorry, I'm just watching Krasinski go past the pits. It's still got a puncture, and this is going to be a very interesting lap. As he goes off at turn 1, he's going to hit the wall. He does. Oh, just stays out the wall.
I'm just taking a look around also at the field. A lot of cars here in the top 3 are very thin on their tires, such as Core. My 380's a little better. Speedo's got kind of close. So Core Racing may be also in threat of a blowout. See, if you try and push hard though, you got to just try and find that limit.
I was going to say before the number 33 car continued, and the reason it continued on was obviously they were planning a driver change, but they didn't have a new driver in the server. The first racing's Niemanen obviously had a bit of damage when he hit the outside wall and lifted up into the air, from what I could see. So obviously that's why pit stop took a bit of time. So it's not just the puncture that you have to deal with, it's obviously the damage after that as well if you go off.
New fast lap set by Dave Williams and Low Racing. I thought I saw spinning there.
That's a Rugia. Rugia has got a left rear puncture as well with turn 5, and he spun.
Yep, left rear. So lots of tires blowing here. Is everyone trying to make their tires and fuel last as long as it can?
And he's been rear-ended by Estonian endurance racers. Phil Rose into the pits, left rear puncture. Looks like he didn't have too far to go either to get into the pits. Yeah, Rugio is number 18 Speedcore. He still trying to get back to the pits with his flat left rear, and almost Diaz almost collects him coming around the penultimate corner.
Williams and Diaz are in pits here for My 30 and Core respectively.
Looked like Hugo Lewis had a bit of a problem connecting, so he's hopefully going to try and connect before the pit stop, or before David Williams leaves the pits. A lot of cars in. There's only 15 spots in the pit lane here, so it can get a bit congested.
Now this has got to be bad luck for My 3ID, because they're wanting Hugo Lewis to take over from Williams. And he's having problems with his, or he's being sent out of sync. His car 16 having, causing a yellow flag. He's been coming out of pits, I guess, doing that. So some new guys failing to connect. Let's hope this isn't server issues either.
Hugo Lewis has eventually managed to connect, but David Williams is pit stop finished, so he couldn't wait any longer. So Lewis will have to wait a little while longer to get into the car.
Oh! Speedo timed out! Oh no, that was the new driver for Speedo timed out. Yeah, Hirvonen timed out. Hirvonen was going to take over from Jakala.
Yep, Jakala's now in the pits, so again,
so Jakala's going to have to...
the new driver comes in time. One other thing that the new guest fails to connect, so he's connected, and Hirvonen's disconnected, so Jakala is going to double stint here. One of the other problems with some lag or driver takeovers is that sort of the lag or a new guest connecting can affect how quickly the driver takes over. So that could be a problem with some cars.
So, Yakula getting out ahead of Diaz. So Yakula holding lead. Diaz taking over second from Williams via the pit stops. And drive through penalty to Sonic Realm, so speeding in the pit lane! Drive through to Sonic Realm!
They've also made up a position to 5th after Neiman's damage and obviously his puncture, but they're going to lose that, it seems, with the drive-through.
So almost everyone has come through the pits now.
This is your TV director just speaking very quickly. I know why car 6, Sonic Realms, had a drive-through penalty. Kim-Andre Gjerd, who's at the wheel, there are cones in the pit lane, and I think there's a couple of lines of cones, and he hit the speed limiter button at the wrong line. So essentially he sped right at the end of the pit lane by taking off the limiter too early, so we'll have to take that drive-through this lap.
He's going to do it, yeah, he goes in the pits. And he gets another drive-through penalty for coming in the pits. This is not going well. It was going well previously, as he managed to stay out of trouble and keep a solid 6th place, but now still in 6th, obviously, as Hopwood is ahead and Neiman fell behind. But he's going to lose that to the Stone Endurance Racers when he comes through to complete his next drive-through penalty. Let's see if he can make it 3rd time lucky and not get another one.
Hi, me again. Looks like there's a bit of confusion in the Sonic Realms camp. Kim-Andre Gjerd believed that he got the second drive-through penalty at the end of the pit lane. Unbeknown to himself and his team, he actually got it at the beginning of the pit lane. So hopefully he'll understand the mistake he made and won't make it again.
It's one of those things which, can cost you a lot, so it should be one of the things you give a bit of practice towards. Coming in from about 150 miles an hour, slowing down, and not too far, not too fast even this time, and yeah, he slows it down right down to 30 miles an hour, and hopefully this time he won't take the limiter off too soon. And it's been cleared, so back out in 8th position behind Neiman, and he seems to Estonian Endurance Racers, where have they gone? Estonian Endurance Racers were directly behind Gjerde, and obviously the drive-through would have taken him behind them. Oh, the mere pit stop, that's where it was. And Gasunius of X-Fusion even, running a bit wide at turn 1. That's Tossavainen and Gasunius. Gasunius obviously not getting a good enough run out of turn 5, and the N1 racing team getting the pass and obviously using the slipstream to good effect. that was number 30, Cardoso of the Brazilian racers, timing out there, or losing connection to him anyway. And they were in 22nd position before they timed out. And yeah, the Estonian endurance racers make another pit stop, and they've fell right down. They were in about 7th, 8th position, but now they're down in 13th. No, and a bit of chat. It's just gone from bad to worse for the Zion team, number 33, after the puncture, and then damage and a bit of clutch damage as well, and also going round for an extra lap. They've now given a chat message, so I'm sure that will be punished pretty soon. Just heard from the pits that the previous pit stop, the Estonian endurance racers only changed the right rear tyre for some reason. LFS doesn't actually have it does have an option to change all tyres, so it's kind of strange why one tyre wouldn't be changed. So that's obviously why they had to pit again. Battle here for 12th between Telmex, Cordova and Libyan for the Estonian endurance racers. That's Libyan now, he's made it. Cordova gives the place and gets a bit sideways going through the middle of the final part of the chicane there. Libyan closed up through the first split and managed to obviously get the slipstream coming into the chicane. just look, well, I don't know if we are looking at, but car 15, Warbirds, went off just on the outside of the chicane and into the next corner, turn 9, and they've been passed, so they're now down in 14th.
So, Brazil, contact here between the concept car and the and faculty car.
Federico of the Brazilian racers just going under the bridge before turn 4. He's got heavy left front damage and a wheel that's pointing at a very dodgy angle. He had a bit of lag before. It's now come down, so I don't think that could be the problem. He was off to the left hand side just before the tyres, the stacks of tyres, so obviously hit the wall there and continued on, managed to stop though. He now has the problem of getting back in line with all the cars coming past into the chicane.
Well,
Luckily,
05
there's
and
a gap.
yep, he's gotten back going, but he as the end faculty or the end faculty car gets around concept racing right before the yellow flag area, that could have been interesting. They get both around him. Do they get around him safely? And 30s. That did I see him getting a little sideways?
He's lagging. He's going straight on at turn 10 there. And
He's stuck in the beach. I don't know if he's going to get out. Will he get
He'll
out?
have a hard job getting out of there. He might need to do a bit of wheel wiggling, or in fact he looks like he's actually getting out reverse.
He's trying to, but he's going to stick there. They might have, if he gets stuck, this will be a safety car if he can't get himself out. He may have backed himself into getting stuck. He might have, now he's going to try back. Safety car is out! Safety car is out!
Yeah, he wasn't getting
trying
forward
to get
that
out,
much either, so...
Yeah, I think he's missing a trick, because I know sometimes you can just switch to mouse and rock out, but now he'll wait for the push car to push on. So Johnson Picard in the FZ5 safety car will get a bit of exercise now. Here, an hour and a quarter into this race. First safety car of today's race.
Picard, yeah, he's in the safety car, and Bond will obviously come out and try to push the car out of the gravel. Still got quite a bit to go, a third of the track to go to get round to the pit lane though, so it won't be an easy job, but it's still better than an XRR in there.
This is great news for everyone, especially teams such as Sonic Realms and First, who had that first race, of course, having that massive shunt. Massive shunt there right before their pit stop, and then also Sonic Realms for their drive-through lets them catch up. So this will take a little bit of time to get caught up, as leader's only about still a couple corners behind the pace car. So Haku Yakula is still trying to catch the safety car. Safety car is probably coming through turn 4 and 5 right now, I believe. He's actually on the backstretch.
Right, yeah, that's Bond, the rescue car, or the push car even, got to the Brazilian racers car in the gravel outside of turn 10, and it looks like, yep, he's definitely going to get out of there. Just as the safety car passes to the inside, and that's good work.
If Fariga would like to go somewhere, that would be good.
And his clutch, yes, his clutch has been absolutely destroyed. It's fully in the red zone, so he's actually going to have to get pushed back. It probably wasn't the brightest idea to go to third gear and try and get out of the gravel once you were stuck, because that would just heat the clutch. He will be pushed, so this will probably use the full 2 laps or even more that we'll have under caution.
So the last few cars are still about half a lap behind.
His clutch has cooled down slightly, but he will probably, well, sitting in the pits and getting repaired will help the clutch a bit, but he might have to still sit there and wait for it to cool. He is already 7 laps down, so it's not going well for them.
So as the safety car queue passes the pit lane exit closed for a few moments. So there are 3 cars between first and second place in the grid. A couple more between second and third. So several lap cars here within the top few here.
The Farigo's clutch for the Brazilian racers is still not even at halfway, so he doesn't really want to be going anywhere until he gets down to sort of a third or even a quarter in terms of damage.
So a few cars definitely still between leader. Okay, so green flag will be coming out this time. So we'll be in this time. So Yakalo will lead him. He's got a couple cars, or some cars in there. Cars 15, I see, 14, and who was this other one? Was I think that was the fluid race, I want to say. Car 17. So pace car coming in this lap. Leader has them under control, so Speedo Racing will lead them to the green flag this time. So a few laps under pace car. Of course, we remember what happened on the initial start. Let's hope this doesn't happen again. And he's steadily on it. And the green flag is out now, and the 4 hours of Westhill National is back underway. Diaz is going to try and get around. He's already around 2 cars. He's already right behind now. Speedo as they head into turn 1. So getting around closely. Ooh, sliding it through turn number 1.
The warbird seems very slow into the entry, and it caused the Inferno team to, and a few other teams to have to brake pretty quickly there, take avoiding action. Someone is off in the back though.
Whoa! They're leaning on each other between. Oh, here we go! Cars off! Core, or that's Inferno and Low racing off! Inferno off, getting into contact with that slow car, and oh, Inferno coming in front of someone else. That could have been there. So it's all action with these lapped cars at the race start. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of complaints about this after the race, or even right now. So First Racing is stuck behind a couple lapped cars. That's a bit of contact there. That is with that FXR some more. That FXR is fairly slow right now.
Yeah, he seems to be right off to the very edge of the circuit on the grass, so I don't know if he actually blocked them. It just seemed to be sort of slowness that got a few people out.
Here we have another
That's
spinner,
Moroz,
we think?
number 33.
Commander Yerda getting around Hopwood here. So he's getting a bit of contact there. It's a bit of contact from Hopwood on to Yerda. A little bit of just rubbing there. So he'll hold off Bismuth Yerda right behind Hopwood again. So this is the battle for 4th position.
Yes, Arnold's Realms have managed, as he goes over the grass there, managed to get up past First Racing and amongst all that chaos, and obviously Inferno and Low as well, so up to 5th even, so that's a place increase on what they were before their stops and their double drive-through penalty.
Team Inferno, well, I guess, coming. Oh, no, Team Inferno having an off at turn 4 again. So having a bit of an off going in turn 4, I didn't see what happened there, but they have continued on, but Team Inferno losing several positions here on this restart.
Just looking at the number 17 FXR that was in amongst all that chaos there, here's R4 tyres on the front, which obviously, having done 3 laps under the pace car, won't be exactly hot, and they probably have just been replaced, so they won't be up to temperature, certainly when they come through the first few corners. That probably has contributed to the slowness of that car.
And of course, safety car pit will cool down tires anyway, and especially if you have those R4 compound.
Farigo for the Brazilian race is still in the pits. His clutch hasn't gone under, is just under halfway now in terms of damage, so he's going to be waiting there and going even more laps down than the 7 he already was.
I can tell you the big loser of that whole period was the EEI, Estonian Endurance Racing Team, and the X-Fusion Racing Team. They have 5 cars between them and the people ahead of them, which is First Racing. So that's really holding them up. And they're not letting them through either. So yeah, Estonian Endurance Racers are really frustrated right now.
Well, they've sort of fallen away from the LFSLA car. He was right behind him in turn 4, but he sort of lost it slightly coming out of turn 5.
So that safety car period has brought the top 3 right close together. So Williams is right behind Diaz, who is just a little bit behind Yakula. So we could have a 3-way battle for first position here any moment now. Battle for second, of course, is still fairly close. 2 FZRs and 1 XRR in this battle here.
Yep, Dave Williams making up a couple of tenths, and he's right on the back bumper of Phil Diaz now.
Yep, Diaz putting a couple wheels off in the grass coming out of turn 1. Not able to get as much grip as he would have liked. They're side by side. Gotta watch out for those tires. But Diaz has the inside here through turn 5. But Williams drives a little deeper into turn 5. And it looks like Williams will take the position there.
And Yakula just puts a couple of wheels onto the grass past the rumble strip on the exit of turn 5. So he's just lost a little bit of time as these two are battling behind.
So about half a second between Yakula and Williams. So is Williams going to be able to catch Yakula here?
This is the Estonian endurance racers of Libyan trying to get past the Concept Racing, who are a lap down, or certainly a lap down on the ER car. They're in 7th, but they're still on a couple of cars between him and Sonic Realms. No, sorry, First Racing in 6th. Further back, Gasunius and Cordoba. Gasunius is right on the exit of the sort of middle part of the last turn of the chicane. He made contact going into the chicane, and a few cars having to make sure they dodge around the car, the execution car.
Yeah, most notably, that was Inferno going round there, just absolutely on the edge. That was really close.
That's Suzaniski going backwards in the gravel at the last corner. He's going to try and get that turned round. Luckily, obviously, with the safety car, a whole stream of cars are together, so there is no big gap until all the cars have gone past. But Cordova of the Telmex team, he was kind of alongside the X-Fusion car and then backed out slightly, but still made contact into the chicane, but he's now 9th.
So Williams heading past a couple splits. Williams has been faster than Yakula. Also, real quick, protest has been filed by car number 4 against car 17 for that incident. So they're going to wait on a replay. So Diaz has fallen back a little bit from Williams and Yakula. And Yakula a little faster there on the first sector this lap than Williams. Of course, that's one of the things about safety car periods, is that they do kind of scramble up the field, makes things a little more exciting. Throws in that element of strategy that's always prevalent in racing. Give a mention here to Cone Dodgers. They've worked their way up to 4th after starting about 20th from what I'm hearing, so definite congratulations to them so far for their good performance so far, about an hour and a half into this race. And the Brazilian racers have timed out. So after being stuck in the beach, they also have a timeout. So that is a bit of bad luck for them. So Williams falling back from Yakula a little bit, but Williams getting a bit of a drift sort of thing on, getting it on the grass also. His left rear tire quite hot there. Also, another protest has been filed. Car 10 X Fusion files protest against Car 25 for lap 59 at the chicane. I didn't see what happened there, so the admins will get to decide on that all. So driver change for Danish racing team. Kistner taking over from Schlicker. So, Sonic Realms Racing Commander Gerd trying to catch Hopwood. He's having a little bit of slideways fun though, as they head around, excuse me, the first part of the lap here. Of course, Sonic Realms car promoting their new league that's starting in a few weeks, and Shirt is off in the grass! Gerda going off in the grass just as I talk about the Murray Walker commentator's curse. So that's going to let Niemanen catch up just a little bit between there. Gerda, tires are a little cold, and Niemanen will get around him. So Sonic Realm's losing out of the top 5 now. So a bit of bad luck there for the Sonic Realms car.
Just listening in on the Sonic Realms team talk, as it were. Gerda, who was having that big problem there. Gerda just having that big problem there. Yeah, they were asking him if it was oversteer or understeer. He said it's both. He said is it on entry, middle, or exit, and he said, well, it's all 3. So basically, they're having handling problems on every part of every corner, which is not good.
Definitely not. So, as got a couple cars battle here with Tossavanian of Nordic One Racing and Deconnect of Team Inferno trying to work their way back up. It's a battle for 10th position. So Team Inferno getting a little impatient and asking the number 26 car to move, but I guess they don't. It's a slower car, yeah, but it's still a battle for position, so they don't have to move out of the way. They're going to try and get around here on the backstretch. Be side by side into the chicane. Car 26 holding its position, but has to back out. So the Team Inferno car has gotten around. Team Inferno back up to 10th, but of course they were the top 5 before losing their position after that restart. So I'm just having a look back through the field. Looks like Gerda, whose car is loose and tight, understeering, oversteering in the entire course, as it seemed like. He's starting to catch Niemanen back a little bit, or Niemanen, I should say, before Passo shouts in my ear again. So Gerda trying to catch Niemanen.
I can tell you again, as being a pit lane reporter, that Niemanen, sorry, not Niemanen, Gjerd he was asked again if his car was feeling any better, and it is, and that is showing by the way he is now catching Niemanen. because these cars just, well, they change a lot during a stint as the fuel runs down.
And the driver can obviously change roll bars to help combat any oversteer, understeer, and obviously in some cases, depending on like what happens with tyres, you have to do some quite drastic changes if you have a spin or one tyre gets hotter or need to cool things down, so you can affect the race even if something bad happens to you. Just look at the replay of that extrusion protest. Is between Gasunius and the Telmex car. They were alongside each other, sort of half and half. Cordoba, I think it was definitely alongside going into the corner, and Gasunius had a look over and he saw him, and it seems like he decided to take his normal racing line and even forced Cordoba onto the grass, and then it was obvious there was going to be contact. He was still halfway alongside when they made contact, but he had Gasunius should have really left a little bit more room to avoid that. So I don't know what the outcome will be. Leave it up to the admins to decide.
So Yakula gonna get around Danish Racing Team, put another lap down on them. Danish Racing Team having a little bit of bad luck today so far. About 15-20 minutes away from next round of pit stops. Let's see how many tires blow this time. Of course, several tires popping.
Suzuki for Conquest Racing was off at the entry to turn 11, the right-hander. So he must have lost it through the outside of turn 12, turn 10. And spun across the track. Some damper damage on the left hand side, not so much suspension, but I don't know how easy that car will be to drive.
Dave Williams now just heading up to the rear of that pink, not pink, but the name is pink, but yeah, you can't see that, the red and white and black Danish Racing Team car. They're going to have to do it through the chicane, and they do it before the chicane, luckily enough. Well thought out.
Just like to mention here real quick that us three stooges, meaning me, myself, Passo and Boothie, bringing you coverage of the 5th round of the International Grand Touring Championship tomorrow from Kyoto National Reversed. Starting.
You mean ITCC? Because this is IGTC.
Oh, this is right now. This is not tomorrow. This is right now.
Oh, jeez. Oh. Thank you, Spirit of Murray Walker. Anyway, tomorrow, Icon Touring Car Championship live from Kyoto National Reversed. With 3 races there. That'll be on the Icon Touring Car Championship Mogulus as Ben KO times out. But he's an admin, so he'll just reconnect.
Is that Get Ben KO New Internet Fund still going?
I think we'll have to keep that going. Yeah, he does. So, watching from now Yakala.
Car outside turn 1 pays of Brazilian racers. You seem to have it
More bad luck.
stuck sort of, yeah, at right angles on the white line, so you had to wait for quite a few cars to have passed. They're now showing us 13 laps down. That's 11 even behind the next car. So for them, they're not fighting for any positions, they're fighting for well, points do go down a long way, but obviously they have to hope people don't finish so that they can get a few more points. But obviously it's good experience for them.
So, watching Hopwood get around Kistner of Danish Racing Team. So, Willie, if you're one of those guys who blew a tire before there at the end of your stint, would you modify your stint to not have that happen, or would you try and push again?
Well, safety car might have helped a little bit in terms of tyre wear. Obviously the temperatures went down, so then when they started racing again, they might have got a little bit more wear, obviously because it's not up to temperature. So I think, yeah, you just have to look at maybe you can check where your tyres were the last stint and see how close they were to giving out, if you like, and then you can see. Yeah, I think Dave.
Bad news for Dave Williams. Blocked and unblocked and blocked messages. That will be a drive-through. New regulations put in to make that sort of chat penalizable. So
it's kind of a tough one there, because that button, you can't unmap that button. So and it's pretty close to a couple of important buttons on the keyboard. Obviously you should get a penalty if you use a bind, because they should all be deleted before any race, but that button is always there.
Watching, we're watching Nieminen right now, as Kim Andre Gerda trying to catch him a little bit.
Yeah, Gerda just got a big slide coming out of that would be turn 10, and I think he ran slightly wide but kept on the island. Yeah, as I said before, if you're one of the cars that did blow a tyre, you've got to look at trying to remember where it failed and or how much tread you had left, and tread very carefully about the time that just before it went. Again, as Nieminen
And they're side by side. Ooh, they're door to door.
Realms car
They touch.
on the grass, half on the grass by Nieminen.
Oh, there they go. There's a bit of contact there.
Cuts him off slightly, and it's now the drag race down to the chicane.
Whoa!
Gerda squeezes him. Luckily there's not too much slag here.
Whoa! And that's going to push Nieminen wide. Is he going to lose position in this next car? He'll lose to the track.
That's a
car,
lapped
not
car.
on the same lap, but a lapped car to muck him about a bit.
That's a very good defensive move there by Gerda. He seemed to really brake a lot later, even though Nieminen had the outside. Went over the grass slightly, and obviously managed to get slowed down for the rest of the chicane.
And Nieminen is
message
giving
there.
a chat. That's going to be a drive-through for them too, I think. Andre Join, I've got your number wrong. I think they have it set up to call. That is what I'm thinking. Set up to call, and phone numbers aren't right. And he was saying to Andre Rook, who does connect, who's hopefully watching through remote, so that will be a drive-through to first, possibly.
Yep, just like the previous, just before the previous stop, his left front on the inside is getting very low in terms of tread, so he's obviously wanting to stop before it gets any worse and he suffers any other problems associated with the puncture.
Drive-through penalty to Dave Williams for the blocking and unblocking messages, I believe, as it is being given by admin. And Nieminen's off! He's popped that tire again! Nieminen has popped that tire again, this time a few corners earlier than last time, so he's got to go even longer this time. That's going to cost mega time.
Now obviously the XRR can run longer on fuel due to the less fuel consumption compared to the FZR, but if it can't even run its tyres longer, then you're never going to be able to make use of that, which is the problem they're having here.
So they're in the pits.
Willie
Now we're gonna have to
Hale
watch
almost locks it up. Almost locks it up, and could have perhaps broken the speed limit there as Deconnect from Inferno comes in behind him. So two XRRs obviously playing safe with their tyres this time, or one going slightly over the limit in terms of first.
And drive-through penalty to first racing course for that chat.
It would have been a little unfair to to give it to them before they did their pit stop, as obviously they would not have been able to serve their complete their pit stop.
Okay, coming in down the pit lane, we have the Estonian endurance racers, Libyan coming in. Yes, other cars coming in behind him. Also, that would be the low racing car. So Libyan and Gunzelman coming in to pit. Those are the two after us. Also another car in. He's just driving past low racing now. That's Tossiv Bainen. 26 car also coming in. So we've got 3 cars in the pits right now. Also, now we got also Gasiunus for X-Fusion. Apologies if I really butchered that pronunciation, but I forgot. Anyway, but down on the pit lane, it's a tough job here, so you can't get everything right.
And of course, as we don't have animated pit crews, it's kind of hard to see what's going on unless you're watching through a remote too.
Ted Kravitz, eat your heart out.
Oh, look at that!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! First and Speedo sideways at the grass! Speedo sideways at the grass after the contact, but first, are they going to get out ahead of Diaz? No, Diaz is going to come take the lead! So Phil Diaz of Core Racing taking the lead! That contact there between Speedo and first, that, I don't know, we're going to have a look at that, Mr. Booth, if you would.
I'll get onto it and give you my opinion on that. I didn't even see how all I heard was you shouting, so yeah, very interesting developments.
From my perch at the top of the pit lane, phone's ringing.
So Speedo will be setting up that complaint. Of course, here and now, will he be able to keep it straight enough to make a pit stop without any more incidents? Or yeah, Yakula. Of course, halfway through this race,
Yep, halfway mark, it's all gone mad. Yeah, as I was saying, from my perch in the pit lane, I managed to see that incident. Yeah, as First Racing's Rock was coming out from that drive-through, he was sticking to the inside line. It was a very difficult one to judge. But we'll let Michael Booth have a look at the replay and then give us his opinion. It's a difficult one. Just a little touch, and Yakula was on the grass, and he had no control. That grass is like pretty much frictionless, and he had a hard time controlling it.
so Corey Green coming in, or is just connected to the server, so Core Racing will be in this time.
Yep, so in effect, although they lost a place, Speedo, they will make it back again because Core Racing has to make that pit stop. So mainly it was time that was lost, not position.
Yeah, but remember, Speedo had that nice big lead before the stops here, so that will definitely close everyone up a little bit. So once again, halfway through here on multiBC with the 4th round of the 2009 International GT Championship. I'm John Palmer along with Michael Booth here in the commentary box. Michael Passingham is down in the pit lane and also helping our director there in the production truck. So we're just here in the middle of the second set of pit stops. Only one safety car period so far in this race. So Phil Diaz is at the pits. You have to let us know where they come out, Paso, if you can tell. And also Williams, I see down there.
I may have done a typical Michael miscalculation. I believed that Speed had already made their second stop, but they hadn't made the second stop. So actually, it could be that that Core Racing actually come out ahead of them, because they are about to make their stop. So Corey Green's come out in third position overall, but he will jump up, and also Fortunetti. For 3ID, he is come out in fourth, but he will jump up to third, we imagine, once the second place car of Cordova makes a pit stop.
Here's something I just noticed. Look who's in second place. Second place is the Telmex car. So Telmex are currently in second place, but I don't think they've made their next pit stop yet. Yeah, they still have to make a pit stop, but they're second place.
Yep, but they'll be reveling their time up in the top three. That's a good experience for those guys, but they will have to pit pretty soon, I would imagine. And yes, they're
coming at your way now.
So we are waiting here down in the pit lane for Jakola to come in. His teammate has been connected to the server for more than a lap now, so will be expecting Jakola to come in to be replaced by Hyvönen this time round. Let's hope they can get the pit lane entry perfect, and they will come out. They will come out of the pits in a in nearby Corey Green's Core Racing XRR.
They're coming in now, Paso.
Yep, here he comes. They were well slowed down right before, or quite a long way before the cones, in fact. So yeah, they're not taking any risks at all. Perfectly stopped in the box.
Cool. And so coming up to the last set of quarters now is Corey Green. So Corey Green in the penultimate corner now. Paso, how's Speedo going?
They're still in there, they're still stopped. Corey Green will be going past.
It'll be close if he
Quite
doesn't
easily.
get moving.
He's just got away now.
Looks like Core will get ahead.
Just.
So Core Racing taking the lead, and also might have to give a small bit of thanks to First Racing for that, which I'm sure they don't want to. They wanted to get on merit, but so yeah, Core Racing taking the lead over SPDO now, after the second set of pit stops have pretty much now cycled through. So our man with the replay, Michael Booth, is having a gander at the incident that put Speedo back here to second, and for all intents and purposes. And he'll give us his summarization here in a minute. Whoa, my 380's gone straight on! My 380 just went straight on! My 380 is in the wall! My 380 is in the wall, straight on! Something's happened to them! Something has happened to them. I'm not sure.
Stuck open.
Their throttle's stuck open, and they had a wheel problem. They've had a wheel problem.
Well, Hugo Lewis had that same problem at Aston North.
There's some moderate damage on the left side of that car, but yeah, coming out of the chicane and that sweeper right after it with that turn 9 or so, yeah, just gone straight on. I saw it when I was tapping, or saw it from someone else. So yes, are they gonna have to pit this lap and give a check to his wheel, or?
From the angle that he's holding his steering wheel at, he's holding it almost like, what, say about 20 degrees to the left, and yeah, he's going to have to pit here.
Yep. So, steering
that's going to shake things up again.
And look who's in third position, Cone Dodgers, right up there now. Benefiting from all the mayhem going on. That's Cone Dodgers. They were running about 5th or 6th earlier in the race. So, Corey Green is leading the race currently for Core Racing, but it's definitely not a secure lead. Hirvonen in Speedo Racing's car is making time every sector. As they come up to the start of Sector 2, we're going to see how much he gained on that sector. And Hirvonen in that sector actually gained 0.4 of a second. So it's not little chunks, this is big time that Hirvonen is taking out of Core Racing. The pun was intended. Okay, that pun proved quite unpopular with my co-commentator now shouting in my ear that it was terrible, so I will avoid making any kind of pun like that in the future. Core Racing's gone off from the outside. Core Racing has just gone off on the outside of turn 1 trying to get back on, but that's it, Hirvonen is through. So yeah, he didn't need to really work out how much time he was taking. Corey Green, big mistake there, just got too wide. He was lapping some cars. Tyres now looking fairly worn, or not fairly worn, but fairly hot, and Corey's going to be struggling for the next couple of laps. That was down to back markers, but also just down to a driver error.
Talking about back markers in the SPDO car, the incident which took him out of the lead, there is no blame really to be attached on anyone, and least of all the first car. From what I've seen on the replay, the first car comes out the pits and hugs the inside of turn 1. Looks like this SPDO car runs slightly wide, gets a bit of a slide on, and basically comes to the apex where the first car already is and makes contact, so not much the first car could do. He was staying well out of the way until Yakova came into his path.
Yeah, from what I saw when I saw the incident, that was what looked like it happened. Yeah, just a little point, you may have seen this on the stream. Corey Green had the luckiest moment I have seen in a long time. There was a car going backwards through the chicane. I have no idea how they ended up there, but Corey just kept his foot in and had to jump across the grass in the middle of chicane, and unbelievably lost no time and didn't have a huge accident. I don't know who that car was, but they were fairly far down the field, I know that, and yeah, they were going backwards through the chicane. Yeah, a stunning piece of luck there. Okay, so we think the car that was spinning in the chicane that time around was the Greek Virtual Racing Team car of Pers, we believe. Yep. Just getting info about Chris Ford. You're looking at him now. He is in the Sonic Realms car. He was lapping quickly the previous lap, faster than the car ahead of him. That's the Cone Dodgers car, but then the next lap he was nearly a second slower. So, as I always say, ebb and flow. Chris Ford just driving the wheels off that thing.
He's the only car of the top four that doesn't have damage though, so that could prove useful. I think it was the Code Dodgers car that made a mistake, rather than Chris being faster, but obviously he then made a mistake on the next lap, so the gap's back to where it was. Just up, it's just a change between car type 4 and car 4 that's low racing and Trombowski from Inferno on the LFS positions list. As they came into the chicane, they were battling, so I think Johannes Scheuler has got in front, and that's for 5th.
Yeah, low racing, the blue car. They've had a rock and roll race. They've been all over the place. They've been on the grass. They've been, they've been hit. They've had a lot of airtime. Not always for the right reasons, but they're doing a good job. They started a bit far down, but they've managed to make it work just about, and they're now in 5th.
Yeah, but obviously got some good experience from GT1 over the past 6 months, or so from MOE Masters of Endurance, the 08-09 season. Came very close to winning that, so GT1 and the IGTC is an obvious step for them.
Yeah,
The number 3 car just gives them a bit of a fright by going off on the exit of turn 5 there.
yeah. The thing that kept low racing from winning the championship in MOE was the timeouts, which is a horrible way to lose the championship, but that's the way it went, and they ended up 2nd behind First Racing. First Racing, by contrast, is way down. They are down in 9th position after many issues. They were right up with the top 3, but that is no longer the case. 9th position, and they're about to lap. They're about to lap the 08 car. They've just done that, and they continue on their way.
Started in 4th with the current driver, Rock. So they'll be looking to get back up the field. It's interesting to see that their tyres hadn't lasted the full hour. That was 1 hour 57 I saw when their they've got their second puncture, and obviously they got puncture in the first stint before they decided to do a pit stop, and that was before the hour was up of that stint. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can make it last for the next, well, it'll be just over 2 hours. So they've got to try and nurse their front tyres, especially that front left.
Yeah, I think some definite reworking of strategy needs to happen here for these guys. So they've had 2 punctures in a row, although one was down to the fact that they couldn't contact the driver who needed to take over.
Even then, if you're trying to run an hour stint, and obviously in the first couple of stints you're sort of pitting before the time you should be, then that means your next stint and the stint after that's going to be longer. So if you can't manage it at the sort of start, you're going to have to try and adapt your driving style, or try and be a bit more cautious to try and make the tyres last. The number 4 car of Inferno was also in at the exact same time. It didn't have a puncture. It was the same time as the first car. It didn't have a puncture, but obviously its tyres are not lasting the full hour either. However, it looked like Corey Green, when he took over the core car, that looked like it was lasting. So obviously some drivers and teams making the XRR last longer than others.
Corey Green just lapping the end faculty car, is that? That's the 23 car, just lapping them, but just trying to pass by them. What is going on there? That was, yeah, the end faculty car tried to get back past into the chicane. They were in the slipstream, they should have just held off. Corey Green, unbelievable.
Yeah, he's giving him a good honk.
Absolutely incredible.
I don't know what Helen was thinking there. It looked like Corey Green, he didn't get close enough to get the Alias car, or get the FXR car ahead, as Fredrickson times out from Estonia Endurance Racers, and then Helen obviously was being held up, and he decided, as Corey Green almost loses it, he decided to go for the pass.
Yeah, definitely an odd incident there. Maybe a report coming up for that. We will wait and see. I would imagine Corey Green tried to stay out the way as well, as the end faculty car was trying to pass, but to no avail. He had to cut back in, otherwise he would have hit the tyres. Yeah, very strange stuff.
Well, the thing is, obviously, the only thing that Helen could gain out of it is basically getting clear for a few laps, because obviously Corey Green will be faster. so he's not going to gain much, so he might as well just have just sat behind Corey Green, because he might get, in addition to his pass, he might get a protest or a penalty now.
And yeah, now it looks like Green's going to have to repass the guys who just got past him. Ahead of him is the Alias car, I believe, of Williams, yes.
Yep.
And also behind that is the 23, also End Faculty car. Corey Green is faster than these guys. Because he's lapping.
Because the thing is, Helen could have followed Green through once he got past Williams. As Williams obviously would have had to give way soon after Corey Green caught him. And now he's caught right up with them both. And hopefully, yes, Williams stays over to one side and lets Corey Green pass. Now Libyan from Estonia Endurance Racers has, his teammate timed out, and he then left the pits, and now he's making another pit stop for some reason. So I don't know what's happening there.
I mean, they've parked pretty much square in the pit box. I'm guessing he left the pits with the wrong pit strategy.
And Sonic Realm is getting overtaken by Low Racing Johannes Schorle. So Schorle in for Low Racing. And Chris Ford for Sonic Realms. Of course, Chris we offered him to commentate today, but we found out he had to do driving duty for today, so unfortunately he got stuck with an American, a Scot, and a Brit, who generally tend to, when together, shout their heads off at touring car racing.
We didn't see exactly what happened to Chris Ford there. I don't know if it was just a standard pass or what. But anyway,
well, he has lost over a second to Charlotte, but obviously these guys, the Inferno and Low Team, are a bit more used to the GT1 than Chris. They've been doing GT2 and Masters of Endurance.
And here comes Dombrowski trying to get around Ford.
Yeah, he really wanted that. You can see he was really committing himself, possibly just to scare him. But either way, didn't quite manage to get past the Sonic Realms driver. He'll have to live to fight another day, possibly another lap, because it's pretty difficult to pass for the rest of this lap. As he gets a little sideways as well, does Dombrowski, the Inferno driver we're on board with right now.
Of course, most of this track is quite hard to pass on, except on this back stretch and on the front stretch, and then of course you just have to wait for a mistake for most of the lap.
Yeah, it's hard to follow through some of these faster corners, and there's no real, even turn 1 doesn't have a huge braking zone because it's on a slight hill and then on a curve, so it's really turn 4 which is the main braking point, so that's where you can make some time and make passes. You just watch Dombrowski going slightly wide there.
Off a bit. Yep.
So that's not going to help him at all. As Fredriksson rejoins, having had his teammate time out. So they're going further and further back down the field.
Car 17 got a drive-through penalty. That is the independent Slovak e-racing team. Penalty for overtaking cars on the restart, according to the admins, for liking back on the restart and then passing 8 cars with a big speed advantage or so. So they'll have a drive-through to serve.
It was a strange incident because both Inferno and the independent Slovak e-racing team sort of went off together. So obviously there was a bit of contact and they both went off just before turn 4. And then to compound it, when the the Inferno car gathers it back up. Low racing. And that's sorry to, yeah, that looks like Chris Ford there.
Yeah,
Running a bit wide at turn 10.
Past.
I thought I saw him shoot across the track, and yeah, it looked like he was ended up on the left hand side, and obviously lost some speed.
He's going to take the draft. He's definitely going to take the draft. Now, which way is he going to go? Left or right? He goes left. Now, that's probably a wise choice because he's a bit quicker, so he can probably cut back in front of Dombrowski if he's feeling brave. And being a Scotsman,
he's already ahead.
He's done it.
Dombrowski letting back a little bit, I think, just to try and avoid a collision, but Dombrowski comes on the inside. This will be side by side now here through this first sector of the track. And whoa! Side door to door touching. They touch as they come through turn number 2. So Chris holding off Dombrowski right now. Will Dombrowski try and outbrake him there?
He wants the outside line at turn 4 so he can get the inside into turn 5. But he manages to stay ahead anyway. I think he moved over just to let him know that he wasn't going to get around the outside there. And taking a slightly more defensive line, just moving to stop any slipstream as Dombrowski runs right in through the tyres. Don't know how much damage that's caused, or yeah, it's definitely cost him time.
Yeah, he got away with that. He just drove right through him, didn't even spin it.
Yeah, as I was saying before with the restart incident, yeah, once the Team Inferno car had rejoined the track, he was promptly hit by Low Racing, so it wasn't so much that incident that wrecked the race or put them further down in the order, it was the hit afterwards.
And more problems for the Brazilian team. More problems for Pers. He's off at the final turn.
That's the right front puncture.
He's got a right front tire, yeah. Right front flat. He's stuck in the... He's having some problems. He's trying to keep it out of the way. It's good for him, but he's going really slow.
At least there's no gravel traps around. So the top 3 from last year's IGTC leading this race: SPDO Racing, Co Racing and Cone Dodgers, who now have Low Racing behind them. As they come down to the chicane, that backmarker is going to make things interesting.
Whoa, they got
contact there by Cone Dodgers.
Oh, Willie Hill, they both go off! And Charlotte doing a great job of holding that! So some great maneuvering here. a little bit of dodgy behavior at some points, but as they continue going on, driver change for Danish racing team. Here's Exfusion Janicek getting around the Telmex car. That is a battle for position. So Exfusion working their way back up, having a little bit of bad luck earlier on in the race.
Sonic Realms and Inferno both made up a couple of seconds on the two cars in front after that, coming together between Low and Cone Dodgers, so they'll be looking to try and catch up.
Well, looking back from Ford, but as Inferno, as you see, right behind. There's Jorn Dombrowski. So now, I got that. There's left car right ahead of this. That would be the Danish racing team. They should catch him here on the stretch and pass here, hopefully. At least Chris will.
Yeah, we're hoping he stays wide. They've got another back marker ahead.
Whoa! Inferno touches and spins Chris. That is kind of dodgy, I would say.
Yeah, he sort of lost it going through the exit at turn 4, but he had it straightened and there just wasn't enough room to fit two cars there, and it was always going to end up in contact, and the number 4 car should have realised that and backed out of it.
Okay, this coincides with a message posted in the pit lane, I guess you could say. This was from Squassel from the Inferno team. Storm Racing, Sonic Realms Racing. Could you please stop giving us aero loss and let us through? We are clearly faster and losing much time due to that. And just as that message was posted, off went Sonic Realms.
How much did they want to pay him for that? Because it's racing and they don't just sort of give away free passes.
No.
Chris lost about 8 or 9 seconds on that lap compared to his previous lap, so he's got a lot to make up, but 6th is not too bad.
Well, there's a little bit of chat along the lines that we've just had to Inferno, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a protest levied against Inferno for that. So drive-through penalty to car 25.
Yep, so it looks... yeah, Chris remaining calm in his car, despite that little incident that happened in the pit lane, quote unquote. The driver of, or the team, the Inferno team have apologised to Sonic Realms for that incident, but there may still be a report pending on that. We will wait and see.
There's car off, the Serbian Hell team, off in the final turn off the grill, but they have recovered. So that's car number 8, and they'll lose quite a bit of time off of that. Didn't quite see what happened. Their tires are quite worn. Of course, they're about 20 minutes away from the next round of pit stops.
Although car 8 is out of sync with the pit stops because they timed out earlier, they only have one pit stop on the board right now.
So quite a bit chaotic here. Well, of course, we had the chaotic IGTC race here several months ago, but then again, that was kind of expected. But you know, not entirely what thinking, but with the way this track is, I guess you do kind of have to know that that will happen.
Yeah, some people can get frustrated, yeah, with the inability to pass. So it would seem easy from the outset, but having driven this track on the normal direction as well, in these types of cars, then it's difficult to follow someone through the fast turns, and then obviously if you're not able to keep up with them through the fast turns, you're never going to be able to make a pass and be close enough to make a pass into, say, turn 1 or turn 4.
And Estonian Endurance Racers time out again. So that's unfortunate for them.
That is their 1, 2, 3, third timeout, I do believe. Yep, internet in the Baltic not acting all that well today for those guys.
I'm hearing from pit lane that might be having some scoring issues with the Team Inferno car. We've got our pit reporter, Michael Bescam, having a... He's going to check into that for us and give us a report as soon as he finds out.
So you got confirmation at the moment that, according to the tracker, Dombrowski, who is driving currently for Inferno, does not exist. So yeah, the tracker is denying the existence of Dombrowski, thus he is not scoring any laps, and therefore on the tracker he is shown as in the incorrect position. But we know at the moment that he is in 5th, because he hasn't timed out yet, so it's not a big issue.
Alright. So more problems for the Brazilian racers. So unfortunate bad luck for them. We'll have a battle on track starting to come together. Here's Jorn Dombrowski. He is starting to catch Evenin of Cone Dodgers. He's caught him quite significantly here in the past few laps. I've been slightly watching that. So it's about 1.2 seconds there at the end of the first sector. Just the Telmex car to get around, and they both do. Gap is now down to just under 3/4 of a second. And Dombrowski sets a new personal best, 130.30. So he is definitely on it.
Well, I finally got around to looking at the incident between Sonic Realms and Inferno, and wow, it was the tiniest bit of contact. Inferno just going for a gap that wasn't there, but yeah, it's a really tough one to call. I wouldn't like to be a judge on that one. Yeah, a little bit aggressive. I mean, we already know that Inferno were frustrated because they posted in the IRC message thingy that they were getting frustrated and they wanted Sonic Realms to let them pass because of the amount of aero problems they were causing. But anyway, here comes Dombrowski about to try and make a pass on Cone Dodgers. Let's hope he can do it without contact this time.
And Ferreira is off at the exit of turn 1, so hopefully he'll be gone before the move happens, which it has. And Dombrowski gets around Evenin, but Evenin's going to try and come back around. He's got a little bit of slipstream. Drag race down right in front of the pit lane. Who will out... It's going to be a braking mover, of course, into turn 1 here. Will Dombrowski push it longer? Evenin goes wide, but can he hold it? Which he looks like he will. So Dombrowski right back behind Evenin again.
Yeah, good one. Good one from Evenin there. Just took the initiative, took the draft, and took the outside line. Got incredibly close to the grass, but yeah, that was a textbook round the outside manoeuvre. Everyone else should take note. That's how to do it.
So Dombrowski gonna have to try again. 108 laps completed. Later they'll be completing the 109th lap this time around, as we are 2 hours and 50 minutes through this race. Just over an hour and 10 to go, or just under an hour and 10 to go, excuse me.
Yeah, it's been a really good race so far. There hasn't been there's always been a bit of action everywhere you've been looking most of the time. So yeah, enjoying this one. Dombrowski absolutely cutting turn 11 on the grass there. It didn't come in.
He's got the slipstream now.
Yes. Let's see what he does.
Here he comes. He's going to go left. Yes, he goes on the outside. And he will clear him before turn 1. And does so. Will even be able to catch him up or stay with or make a mistake. Nope, Dombrowski now back up to 4th. So, of course, Team Inferno on that restart we had a little bit ago, having that incident, putting them deep back, but they have fought their way back up.
Just looking at Chris Ford, he's a long way behind this battle. Even they're actually speeding each other up somewhat, those two being in the draft of each other, so yeah, they're just pulling away gradually from Chris Ford in that Sonic Realms car, sitting in 6th position.
Bit of a battle back here for 10th. Frschetti of My3ID and Hillen of in faculty. Fairly close together here on the track. Forcinetti, I'm sorry, yeah. Couldn't quite read it. Anyway, oh, and he puts it a little, a bit of oversteer going in there, so they'll be side by side coming out. Hillen sliding those wheels a little bit coming out, and can't hold it. It looks like Hillen on Forcinetti again. He's going to try and come. Whoa! Tapping him up the rear a bit there.
Yeah, he went to defend just as Hillen was going for the inside move. Walking up his brakes, the in faculty cars, he goes in the grass. He goes for the gap that was just closed as he went for it.
Taking a bit of defensive line, Forcinetti is. Of course, My3ID having that weird incident with the steering wheel issue about a half hour or so ago. Yeah, pedals issue.
Yeah, Hillen, apparently, it seems he is not keen on getting past Forcinetti. He just drove onto the grass again, so I think, I'm not sure exactly what he's doing, just feeling the tenseness of this battle.
Here comes Hillen again. Whoa! Almost touched. They almost touched. There's that lap car in the way, almost causing a big crash between these two as they head down the backstretch. Who's came? So Hillen still unable to get around Forcinetti, but ooh, Forcinetti gets wrong and they touch again. Can't get around him.
This is the important part of the track where he has to try and stay with them, and then hopefully make a move into turn 1.
Hillen is doing everything it takes to try and stay out of the slipstream of that car during these corners, just diving off the racing line to make sure. Now, through these final 2 corners, he's going to have to get in the slipstream. Fortunately, he makes a little mistake, so he will be in the slipstream.
He's got it. And he comes. Here he comes, and he will get that. But I think he's going to get it early. Fortunetti should have a chance to get back in the slipstream before the turn. Hillen will pull off to take that defensive line. Will Fortunetti be able to come? Whoa! Bit of sliding there. Wow! But Hillen has that position now.
They're being shown a blue flag, these two now. I think. I just saw that for a second. Not sure if that was a real blue flag.
Yeah, it was.
Corey Green is behind.
There's a car coming up behind them, yeah.
So yeah, they have a leader coming up behind him. Fortunetti's tires are quite getting colder, so that's probably why he's quite likely the reason why he is sliding all over the shop.
Concept Racing just about to have a lap put on them by Hirvonen, or another lap anyway. That's Loy at the wheel. Loy, very good driver. He's a guy who most of the time uses his shifter, clutch and pedals and everything. Obviously you can't do that in this car because it's sequential, but yeah, he's a real simulator. He really does simulate it properly.
Another thing I'm going to have to keep an eye on here. Corey Green being caught by Shorla. Shorla 4.3 seconds behind, and Shorla running laps that are 0.3 or so faster than Corey so far. At least so far in the sectors that I've seen. As Corey is in this complete wad of track.
Yeah, ahead of him, the battle between Fortunetti and Hillen is about to restart. He's going to have to be really careful. Oh no, it's not going to start anymore because Hillen has managed to get ahead of Fortunetti by quite a way because of the 33 car of Paschinsky. Oh, look at that, he's blocking. Paschinsky had a little block there on Fortunetti and the exit of the chicane.
It's going to hold up Corey Green a little bit, who now gets around out of the turn. Shorla is now about 2.9 seconds behind as of the most recent split.
This is not what my theory would have been hoping for, having qualified third and been second for most of the first part of the race. Getting a blue flag and being lapped by second position.
Yeah, heroes to zeros it seems, although they are 10th, so, well, top 10 is nice. Well, I mean, when I say zeros, I don't mean, like, terrible, but, you know, it's just a phrase, heroes to zeros.
And Nordic One's in the pit lane, I see. And so Sonic Realms here.
Yeah, in the Chris Ford Sonic Realms car, yep. Pit stops are starting once again, 2 minutes 59 seconds and... no, hang on. 2 hours 59 minutes 30 seconds.
Holy crap, there's been a lot of racing for such a short space of time.
Yes, in those 3 minutes there's been a lot happening. So that's Ford you're looking at in the pits. Also, he's just getting away, and Silvo is still sitting there. We're going to have more coming in the pit soon.
Like to keep an eye on First Racing to see if they
First Racing. Looking at the front left tyre, it looks about the same as I was just talking about an hour ago. They've managed to run longer into the stint this time, so over an hour. So the final stint shouldn't be less than an hour. and obviously their tyres should last. And their tyre's just gone as
he's
they
gone
come
off.
round
Yep, it just
turn
went
9. So obviously they've just pushed it, well, a lap too much. And that basically has been the story of the race.
Yeah.
I could see it was coming. It was the same tread width as the previous order.
He's gone
Into the
straight.
gravel. Now that
Both front
if you
tires
keep
are
it
gone.
going,
Both front tires are gone. Can he get it out?
has to
Yeah, he
keep
gets
that
it out.
going.
He's going to lose lots and lots of time. Both front tires on that car are out of air.
I was about
Yeah,
to say
oh,
a safety car at this point would be interesting.
Oh, Hillen's had chat. Just had chat from Hillen.
Yep, now Rogue's going to have to really slam on the brakes to get in the pits that just about gets to the speed limiter. Oh god, this is their third puncture of the day. This is yeah, this has got to be really deflating for them.
You could see it coming. You could see it coming with the tread on the tyres, just on that inside left, the front left.
I think I've just figured out. I guess I can make a guess here as to what happened with Hillen. He was saving the replay and accidentally did it as a chat message, or typed in as a chat message, and that's what showed up there.
Autosave is much preferable to
Yes.
trying to type a name while driving. Or did he come out the car? He obviously came out the car. But still,
Yeah, he'd already
maybe
been taken
autosave
over.
when he exits.
Dave Williams connected, so driver change for my 388 coming up again here.
This is going to be very interesting for the final minutes of the race. All 3 XRR cars have fitted with less than an hour to go, so they should make it to the end on their tyres without any more punctures, but you never know. If they get in a battle and they start pushing like crazy, then could wear the tyres out more, and it could mean a puncture in the final few minutes.
Roke just being lapped there by Evenen from Cone Dodgers. Evenen and Cone Dodgers in second position, but they're about to make a stop on this lap. Hopwood's going to get back in that car and this race as he loses it nearly. Evenen has got a puncture, has it? No, he just really got sideways out of the chicane there, and believe
His
me, he
front
managed to save
right
it.
tyre is looking quite cold, and all of them are getting low on tread. Not as much of the XRR front tyres I've seen though, so I'm assuming he will try and pit this lap, as his teammate has corrected, so yes.
This is a really fascinating last hour to the race. There's so many uncertainties coming up. Evenen is pulling into the pits now, probably going to flat spot the tyre if he brakes too hard, but he's managed to slow it down to 48 miles an hour and is in the pits and going to be taken over by Hopwood.
Diaz, who is third, comes past him to take second.
That's Schroeder there, she's putting a lap on Williams.
He also got past even in the pits.
Hirvonen pits from P1, that is his third and final pit stop of the day, and away he goes. Yeah, Speedo having an exceptionally, well, it has been an exciting day for Hirvonen and Speedo. They led after lap 1, after passing a few cars, and they got really far ahead. Then there was a safety car and they fell back, and then they had a collision with First Racing and they fell off and ended up in second, but then Core Racing took the lead after that, but then Core Racing made a mistake as well. And so, at the end of all of that, it's Speedo Racing leading from Core Racing by a significant margin. And third place, and not too far behind the Core Racing car, is the Low Racing car, who've really, as I've said before, they had an exciting day as well, full of incident, and they're really looking ready for a podium here today, and possibly second if they can catch Diaz. Oh, just got a tail from the tarmac for you here. Looks like car 5, they got a drive-through penalty. I didn't mention it because I was busy doing something wrong. They had a drive-through penalty, and that was due to apparently being hit up the rear upon entry to the pit lane, I think. They've served the drive-through penalty already.
Well, I'm sure there may be a protest about that then. Although they could have perhaps waited until obviously the protest had been posted or investigated to then serve the drive-through, because obviously it can't be removed now. Also had Libyan off for his Estonian endurance racers at the final corner. Luckily there was no cars coming in the vicinity that allowed him to reverse back onto the track. Their day just getting worse and worse, down in 22nd and 4 laps down now.
Okay, so here is Johannes Schroeder. He is the fastest man on track at the moment, so we're going to go on board and have some sounds of speed. Let's watch him do some laps. got a battle here between Jorgen Kursk for Concept Racing, and behind them is the red, black and white car of the Danish racing team being driven by Jessen right now. They were having a close battle. Yeah, looks like TDRT, the red and white car, is out of sync with the pit stop strategy at the moment because they had some problems earlier in the race and they had to make an extra stop, so they probably will be stopping again unless they have a miracle way of saving fuel and tyres in that FZR. So really this battle with Kursk is really not that important right now. But still, good to see those guys having a good battle. Kursk is driving away now, heading on to lap 122 in his race. Oh, I say that, and Kursk just nearly flies off the road and gets hit by Jessen there. So, Kursk the commentator. Kursk is not having that good of a time, it seems. And up the inside, good stuff there from Jessen. He needs to make all the time he can so he can make his fourth pit stop work for him. And Jessen now falls off the track.
Looks like we've lost connection to Phil Diaz, yeah, from second place. So the battle between first and second, which would have been on the track between Low Racing and, as we say that, it's Jessen and Kursk collided.
Crashed. Yep. Wow.
At the chicane into the outside wall. And David Williams again blocking messages.
Oh dear, it's all gone wrong for everyone, or at least 4 drivers now. So, Core Racing have just had a timeout. David Williams and 3ID are going to get a drive-through penalty. Kursk and Jessen just had an accident at the chicane, have lost a whole bunch of time. What a dramatic lap that was. So the order's now still Speedo Racing in the lead, with now Low Racing in second. Who would have thought they'd get up here? They were actually catching the Core Racing car, but we weren't expecting it to be that soon for them to be in second position. Corey Green has reconnected, then disconnected again because Phil Diaz has taken the wheel, has taken to the wheel of the car and will be driving the remainder of the race, but he is going to be quite far down the order. That's really unfortunate. That was on for a good second, third place battle there, and they were on for a podium for certain. Just waiting for the tracker to update, so then we can give you the now real-time positions of the top few cars, because Core Racing are going to be still going to be near the top because, well, they managed to reconnect quite quickly, but yeah, we need to find out where they've actually come back out.
And they obviously have the problem of getting a blue flag basically from everyone, and other people won't have blue flags given to them when they should have for Diaz coming through the field.
Yeah, this is where you have to rely on your teammates talking to you, and well, hopefully all the teams have people on voice chat and looking at the tracker so they know who's who and who they should be passing and who they should be letting past. So yeah, it gets really complicated at this point when people start timing out. David Williams 3ID have completed their drive-through penalty for the blocking and unblocking of messages. It's a shame you can't disable that button. It's a button that's ingrained into the lift for speed. You can't even change it in the options. I mean, the only solution would be to rip the key off your keyboard or something. Because it does seem to happen quite a lot. People go to check their tyres, try and hit the F9 key, and somehow they manage to hit the whatever that key's called. I don't know. Hyphen. There we go.
Minus key, yeah. There's an idea for some kind of script or some other thing where it would see if you press that, and then ask you again if you really wanted to block messages, if there's some way to do that.
Better head off to the improvement suggestions forum. Put something useful in there.
I think Dave will be the first one there.
Yeah, straight in there, I think, yeah, because that is going to be costly. I mean, it happens a lot in an endurance race. I mean, I always personally thought that maybe one chat message or one block message should be allowed, because, you know, everyone makes mistakes, and it really does ruin a good race when someone makes a little mistake like that. And yeah, maybe you get one strike and you're out, basically. That's my opinion anyway. That's what some other leagues do. Although, well, this is quite a strict league, as Schuyler falls off the track just through turn 1 there. He keeps on going though. Just being now number 10, the execution car, trying to unlap himself. That's can't read his name. Janasek just unlapping himself and now getting relapped again.
The thing is, it's 2 lanes of chat with the block messages, but then you get an extra 2 lanes of chat by giving the drive-through penalty and then completing it. So if it's to reduce chat, then you're obviously increasing it.
No, fair point, yeah. That's because straight away that's 4 messages. You've got the block, unblock, drive-through, and completed drive-through. So yeah, that is a good point. Oh.
And then you also have admins saying stuff as well.
It's the second admin today who's typed in good pass, because they're trying to press F3 to wind forward through a replay to check something, and they're using the wrong LFS, and yeah, so that's a drive-through penalty for the safety car, I think.
Lots of penalties today, isn't it?
Of course, if the safety car is needed again, I don't know, will he even be able to move, because his tyres are stone cold. They're like driving on bricks made out of ice. Yeah, I mean, you saw in the previous safety car that he had to weave around like a madman in order to get any heat, and even after his safety car stint, they were still freezing cold. It's a tough situation there for that safety car. Dombrowski's just gone off at turn 1. He was having a bit of a slide fest all the way through the other corners. I thought it was normal, but his left tyres are they're looking pretty heated to me. So yeah, he's lost a bit of time.
Jonathan Hopwood, their closest competitor, of course.
Yeah, Hopwood just heading into the chicane now. Just want to check, where exactly did Core Racing end up after their timeout?
The tracker has them down in 6th, just behind N1, which is a good drive by N1 Racing, and just ahead of 1st.
Drive-through penalty to car number 4. Drive-through penalty to Dombrowski.
Now, is that going to be for the incident with Sonic Realms? Find out in a moment. Let's just have a little check.
I'll check the form.
Well, I said I wouldn't be like to be the person judging it. It was as I said, a very tough one. Looks like the admins have made the decision. If that is indeed what the drive-through penalty is for,
Yep,
we'll be
looking at it.
It is. Yep.
Yep, it is for the avoidable contact. They call it avoidable contact.
Yeah, the problem was all the drivers know that these cars are rear-wheel drive, obviously apart from the FXR, and unlike front-wheel drive where you can floor the throttle and the front will stick, if the rear gets tapped on these cars, then it just spins round easily.
So the drive-through will let Hopwood into third. A great current great position for Cone Dodgers after their quite amusing start to the IGTC season. So Chris is left about 10 seconds behind Dombrowski after that. So Dombrowski had pulled away a little bit after that incident. That's basically what the gap was right after the incident, I believe. Thereabouts.
Yeah, it's kind of a hard one to judge because obviously drive-through is sort of the only option they have really, the admins, because if they obviously added a stop-go penalty, that would be a little bit excessive.
So, just about 35 minutes to go in this race. Still, quite a lot can happen. Shorla is about a half a lap behind the leading Speedo car.
Oh, Core Racing's timed out again. Core Racing times out again. Corey Green is coming back in. That's going to drop him another lap down. That is huge. They had such a good race going on there, and it's all gone. So here's Sonic Realms in 5th position. They were really hoping for a top 10 in this race. They were almost hoping for a top 5. Well, they're on target. Top 5 they are in. And that looks like where they're going to stay. I think they'll be very pleased with that. They won the previous event.
No Rutte van Buren or Johannes Makela this weekend, so it's Gerda and Ford that will bring the car to the finish, and they've done a good job to stay inside the top 5, made up a few positions near the start, and have kept it out of trouble.
Oh, looks like Dombrowski is catching up to the 3rd place car of Hopwood. That is the Cone Dodgers car. Dombrowski taking that drive-through penalty for the incident with Sonic Rails earlier, and did fall to 4th, but is now looking for that 3rd place once again. What on earth happened there? There was just a crash at the exit of turn 1. That was David Williams, came back onto the track after running wide and crashed into somebody. Again, another person, I don't know who it was.
Looks like it could be the end faculty car of Herman.
Yeah, it was. It was Herman. I don't know what happened there.
That's the only car that's close enough to be the one that was hit.
Yeah, I really don't know what David Williams was doing. He came back on. Then again, maybe Herman should have seen what happened, but we really need to see a replay of that, because that was an odd one. I don't know who was at fault there, but either way, yeah, Williams came back on track full speed and was hit at full speed by Herman.
Gap between the two leaders is 24 seconds. Mind you, about 30 minutes ago that was near half a minute, so Shirley is slowly but surely reeling him in, reeling the SPDO car in. It would probably take some kind of incident for him to get past.
Yeah, let's not forget First Racing down here in 7th. They were up at the front for a good part of this race, but then 3 punctures is well, it's made their challenge for the lead go a bit flat, unfortunately. So down in 7th they are, and that looks like they're where they're going to stay.
All complaints for the bad jokes and puns to be put in writing and sent to Michael Passingham after the race.
Yes, but no one complained because my puns are seamless. As seamless as a beautiful thing. Anyway, moving on. Hopwood is still in 3rd, but is losing massive amounts of time per lap to Dombrowski in the XRR in 4th. Let's go on board with Dombrowski and watch his progress up to the rear of that FZR.
Zed. Yeah, the gap is just over a second now. He's just pulled back 8/10 from the Cone Dodgers car on that lap.
Dombrowski just went wide there through turn 1. That'll cost him. He was moving up to the back of Hopwood, but that has delayed his progress.
Yep, he lost a whole second on that sector there.
Time is coming up to 27 minutes to 11 GMT, and there are 24 minutes and 5 seconds to go of this 4-hour race. In the lead, it's Hirvonen for Speedo Racing. In second, it's Schuyler for Low Racing, and third, it is Cone Dodgers, followed by Dombrowski, who is driving for Inferno, who is actually lapping the Greek Volkswagen racing car there. That car having a little bit of a problem going on the grass, but no problem for Dombrowski. Oh, the gap between Dombrowski and Hopwood is visually diminishing and physically diminishing, obviously.
Half a second.
Yeah. It's less than half a second now. Onto the straight. You could even get a slipstream for Dombrowski here, but probably not quite yet. But it will be this lap. Something's going to happen on lap 140. Well, Dombrowski was about to catch up, but he made a mistake through turn 1 and is now fallen back again. It'll take another couple of laps for him to get there. Dombrowski driving aggressive lines through that chicane, really driving the wheels off the car. Hopefully not literally, otherwise we'll get a puncture like a number of the XRRs have got today. We would expect there to be move on the next lap, 141.
So we're watching this battle between Hopwood and Dombrowski. Kundaj Inferno with just about 20 minutes to go here in this fourth round of the 2009 IGTC races. Hopwood gets a twitch on the grass there, and Dombrowski also going there. Dombrowski's going to come alongside. We've seen what's happened here with other battles here, but Dombrowski gets through cleanly this time. Will Hopwood have a chance to get back? No, he doesn't. So Dombrowski now up to third over Hopwood, so they're back into the top three after their bit of spell of bad luck around mid-race. Once again, I'm John Palmer along with Michael Booth and Michael Pascam here on multiBC. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us here. Thank all the admins. I'd also like to thank IGTC sponsors, RaceSim servers for the server, also My3ID Gaming, Dreamforce, and also Big Time Productions also listed as a sponsor. Of course, Big Time Productions and Nolan Scott producing a lot of the great videos that you've seen for IGTC.
He's also manager of the Nolan Scott Video Club that takes place every couple of weeks in the IMA TBO Challenge, where when you watch their broadcast you will see many of Nolan Scott's videos. So yeah, if you want to see his cinematography, I think it's, yeah, cinematography, yes, just visit their site and you'll see many of his videos in the Nolan Scott Video Club.
Just caught the end of an incident there at turn 1 between Rock and Goik of Conquest, and Rock is of course First Racing. They both were rejoining the track, so at the tarmac runoff area. So I don't know whether they've had contact or they've both went off together, or in sort of one's followed another in sympathy. But Goik's tyres getting very thin on the left hand side. I can't quite remember if he's out of sequence in terms of pit stops or not. Might have had a disconnect, or I think probably earlier in the race his teammate Suzaniski had a lot of damage from an off and might have to pit. So I don't think those tyres will last the last 15 or so minutes.
It'll be close. They did have their puncture just after the top of last hour, so it depends on. It'll depend also quite a bit on when the leader cross lines. The leader gets it shortly after, or if they have to do another complete minute and a half lap. And Fuse 5 Jorgen Kersk of Estonian Endurance Races does a new personal best here.
You mean concept racing, of course.
Oh, concept racing. I think he's from Estonia, though.
Yeah.
So that's where my confusion came in. But he is concept. Sorry, Fuse. He'll yell at me soon.
This is a battle for 9th position between David Williams and Herman of N Faculty, and David Williams, after his moment at the outside of turn 1, I think he collected the number 23 car, so obviously he's got back past him.
So just a little bit over 10 minutes to go in the race. Here is Corey Green in for Core Racing. Core Racing having a good run, up in second or second or third, top 3, until Phil Diaz in the car having that timeout. So unfortunately, that striking this team again, as we lost connection to the Brazilian racing team.
Core Racing currently in 11th place, it's 10th on the tracker, but of course Inferno are above them.
Go.
Just looking here at the Alias Racing team, behind them is the independent Slovak E-Racing team, and this is a battle for the top FXR. It's not the best car to have on these fast flowing corners and the straights of Westhill, but Williams is currently in 15th, and just behind him is Urban of the Insert team.
Hearing some predictions in IRC, seeing some predictions in IRC that there are about 7 laps left to be completed here, which I would consider correct. or fairly correct.
That's Goik there, just having a crash. He went off wide out on the exit of chicane while being lapped.
Oh, here we go, and bit of traffic is that being negotiated between 16-17 from this battle for the FXR, and then a couple XRRs and a few other cars. Corey Green is one of the ones in this sort of area here. Oh, we got a car. I just saw a car starting, having the signs going off. Looks like car 18. Yeah, car 18. Yeah, Speedcore has an off between the penultimate and final turn. So he's continued on. So Speedcore having a bit of a moment here late in the race. So, taking a look here, just over 8 minutes, just 8 minutes to go now on the clock. Here is Timo Hirvonen of Speedo Racing, having a lead. Quite a significant lead over Johannes Schorle of Low Racing, about half a lap. As he comes through the last set of turns. Coming to complete the 149th circuit of today's race. About 5 or 6 more laps possible to complete here. Of course, when time expires, they'll have to finish that lap. So Johannes Schorle in second, Dombrowski third. Of course, Jorn Dombrowski having those striker issues earlier with them, and actually I believe they're still having them. That'll be sorted after the race. Of course, then Jonathan Hopwood for Cone Dodgers, running fourth. Good finish for them also. So, yes, good run for Cone Dodgers here. I believe they finished in the top 10 or so last round also. Last round's winners, Sonic Realms, only able to manage fifth currently. They may see if they'll be able to handle. Here comes, as Hopwood is working his way around traffic. So still some traffic to be left to negotiate here in these last just over 5 minutes of today's race. Going to be about 2 months before the next IGTC race. It'll be held on July 25th. Yeah, July 25th from Kyoto Grand Prix Long, and we will have that here on multiBC in about 2 months' time. I mean, nice, gives the teams a nice bit of a break here in the month of June. Of course, also remember tomorrow, the 24th. Got join myself, Mr. Passingham, and Michael Booth for the the Icon Touring Car Championship race. I'll be at Kyoto National reversed, and we'll be playing it on the Icon Mogulus channel. It's actually Mogulus has been changed to live stream, so it'll be live stream. So we'll be hoping that we'll see a lot of you there. So we hope you can join us tomorrow for that. Also thanks to everyone for joining us today here, as Evelyn continues on his way around. Field fairly well spread out, not many battles right on track. Fortunately, another disconnect, or another lost connection to the Brazilian racer's car. A lot of bad luck for them today, of course, causing so far the only safety car period of the day, getting some heavy damage and then getting stuck in the gravel trap in the final, or in the last set of turns. So taking a look from the back, this FXR battle is still there between Williams and Urban. Hasn't been totally, and there's been an incident with Libyan. He's spun.
There's been quite a few incidents for the Estonian endurance racers at that corner today.
Back of that car is a little dented even. Then back to this battle here. 15th in the server. I'm not sure what that is overall. I haven't looked at the tracker. So a couple FXRs close together. Car 17, of course, was involved in some of that skirmish at the restart. So they're still close together. It was about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, car 16 is 19th overall.
19th overall then is what this is. Thank you for letting me know, Booth. So about 1 or 2 laps to go, I should believe now. I would think 2 to go as the leader's about halfway around this lap.
Just looking at Sonic Realms, their tyres have got really cold now, and they are struggling. That is going to be a really tough final lap for them.
Yeah, the gap back to Tosavina is 12 seconds.
So let's watch the clock here. Will the leader should get... okay, sorry, Booth. Sorry, Booth. So the leader comes across the line. It's going to be close. They may have to do another lap still. They only completed the lap with about 1:32 to go on the clock. So maybe they will slow up just enough to make sure they complete. But it will be close as they come around this next time here in about 1.5 minutes. It's got just under 1 minute left in this.
Yeah, if he's smart, he'll slow down just a touch. Yeah, he's lifted off. I thought I heard a lift there.
Yep, he is he has lifted off. He's taking his time. He doesn't want to do any more than he has to. So that lift off should be enough. Of course, remember that big incident between this Speedo car and the first racing car about halfway through the race. It caused them to lose the lead for that little bit, but they have gathered it back together, so looks like they will be coming around here in the next few moments to take that victory.
Yeah, 26 seconds over the second place, plenty of time to slow down.
They've timed it perfectly. Well, that means Chris Ford has to drive another lap for Sonic Realms, but it's going to be tough.
So here's Speeder Racing. Timo Hirvonen comes to win here in Westhill for the 4th round of the International Grand Touring Championship. Low Racing now is currently, they are second. They will be coming around. They're in the penultimate corner now. Low Racing, their debut for IGTC. Good showing for them.
Just a quick thing on 6th place, Tossavainen. He obviously won't be able to catch Chris Ford if he has any problems because he was a lap down, so Chris just has to get around to...
Ooh, got a crash! Chris just had to go through a crash area. There's a couple cars crashing at the top of the hill. I thought I seen someone crashing there. Up at the top of the hill after the 5th turn.
That was Jorgen Kursk. That was some concept racing and the Greek virtual racing team having...
The number 10 car of Janasek has got a right front puncture as it comes through the final corner with David Williams right on his rear bumper. Almost, and he's going to take it.
Just barely. Yeah, and Jorgen has got a... Kursk has a puncture also, so he's got to work his way around.
Yeah, we're just watching Chris Ford navigate the final corner for Sonic Realms Racing. And across the line he comes to finish 5th. A really good result for those guys. They'll be ecstatic with that, I think. Tough race, but they've done a good job. Nearly punctured all the tyres as well.
Yeah, there's a few cars at the end, especially the XRRs. I think they're a couple more minutes and that would have been a puncture for them.
And here is Jorgen Kursk. He'll be the last to complete the race. And he does, so that will finish at 25 cars finishing. So, got a bunch of cars, and he spins out and pops a tire as he comes across the line. Both of the fronts being a little bit of a show after the line. So that is the finish of the race. Congratulations to the podium, Timo Hirvonen, Johannes Schorle, and Jorn de Bres. So that is a great race, thought. Michael Bassham, your final thoughts, please.
Yeah, it's been a good, hard-fought race. Plenty of action in every hour. Yeah, kudos to the drivers. They have done a good job to make this an entertaining race. A couple of bits of controversy, but yeah, overall, good one, guys.
And for you, Michael Booth.
Yeah, good driving by most of the field. A few incidents, but most of them kept out of trouble, and those at the front obviously kept it on the black stuff and drove a great race.
Well, thank you all, and I will see both of you guys tomorrow for the Icon Touring Car Championship from K International Verse. Hopefully that will be a quite exciting race for us to see. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us. I'd like to thank all the sponsors for the International Grand Touring Championship. So, for all the congratulations to all the racers. Hopefully we'll see you in about 2 months. July 25th from Kyoto Grand Prix Long. So for Michael Booth, Michael Pascam, and myself, Jonathan Palmer, thanks for joining us, and we will see you later, everyone. So long, everyone.